Ever thought what happens to the mind and AI connected? DWAVE control, DWAVE technology, upload to the supercomputers. The advancement in technology, the brain, using of the brain. There's certain individuals out there that have no clue that the human brain has been used since the 1800s, the 1960s really. The advancement in technology and my labs of black ops operations to use human individuals. It is not alien adoptions at all. It's implied that because the memory gets wiped, it's the military, it's the underground dumps. So, the satanic, demonic entities. Really, when Nephilim mixed, the human DNA mixed with Nephilim. Really. And if you can go and look at the books of biblical eras, so Book of Enoch, for example. But the patterns and documents are evidence, are publicly available. And really, when the television was invented, TV programming, the waves and technology, how that brain works, the human brain, when you're watching that television, the type of colours and the make and the design of the television was ultimately to attract the individual and the brain to be like semi-hypnotised, to memorise by what you're watching on the screen. So you think advancement technology now? Well, I'm about to actually play an audio with an interview of somebody who'd, hello Tanya, how are you? Yeah, I am. They put me to sleep about, I've been in bed all day yesterday with a really bad head. Side of the left side of the brain hacking into me, so I haven't been able to do much. And then watching a couple of movies because I haven't met too much, couldn't move my body. And then I had something to eat, and what I remember is I audio recorded that somehow I must have fell asleep. So last night's date of Tuesday, 29th of 8, 2022, is about 11:30 p.m. And then it just woke me up a short while ago. So that was now Wednesday in England, the 31st, 8, 2022. So that's about 2:30 a.m. So that is weird times, isn't it? So this is how they use the brain AI type. And I was just still trying to rest because I can't move my head properly. So I just thought I'd cover this subject. So the Wi-Fi's been off for quite a while. I was still tired, so I'm going to try and get to sleep. So I just thought, well, I played back the audio and I didn't pick up. I picked up the frequencies, but I didn't pick up the extensiveness of this serious hacking into the brain when they're controlling the subconsciousness of the human brain and the neurocortex and the so why we know Monday, for example, they literally hit me with scalar waves, real severe, punched the left side of my skull, which affects all my left side, on my left side of my arm, body, because it affects that creates a stimulation of a similar effect of a stroke. So when they hit you so hard with their technology in that part of the, or any part of the brain for that, on the outer skull, well, that's going to really heat up. So I've had ice packs. At the moment, it's very hot, it's warm. It's not even hot outside, but it's warm inside because you're getting radiated for frequencies of the body generally, and then you get the hacking in the brain. So yeah, so I'm just going to play an audio really rather than talk. You're into Wednesday as well. You're so tired, yeah. So to hear that you're tired too, I'm just going to drink. So it feels like I've got a cold, but I'm not. It's just there's no real air. If I play my little mini fan, you won't hear much, you just hear the fan. I'm drinking tonic water with ice. And this weather around the world is being controlled, of course. So, and we've got all, you know what goes on with all this, the brain is the new battlefield, isn't it? You're doing some good posts, by the way, Tanya, into the other Telegram group. Really helpful. Sharing out some posts there. That's a good research. While the world is where it is, while people are being distracted, and England is going to kick off again, I'm just adding this subject for the moment. In England today, there's a postal strike national. I've heard this first to three. Then by the end of this weekend, next week, I wouldn't be too surprised. Some kind of indication of serious civil unrest will start happening. Because it doesn't matter who people vote for or who the Conservative UK Party implies going to replace Boris Johnson, right? They're both as bad as each other. The female candidate and the male. I've found out a lot about these people. So yeah, it's all about the bigger picture, isn't it? And I was just on someone's stream. He's in America, and he's been researching the Book of Enoch and the Nephian, mixing human DNA with non-human entities, Nephian, demons, fallen angels, whatever you want to call it. But people can read Book of Enoch and research that subject. Then, of course, you've got the Hebrew subject, and there's somebody just done the stream. So I will play audio in the background, but also screen share a weather cam. It would be a Scottish weather cam, so if I don't get hurt, anything picks up before 5 a.m. will not be the natural sunrise. So whether or not anything shows up, it would be interesting. But I get shadow banned on the internet anyway. They're really hammering the internet list suddenly still. Oh, by the way, shout out to Tanya. Your tip on the ice. I would get some more around my head. The ice last night, the pack I've got, specific one I've got wrapped in a towel under my left side of my head, worked a treat. Really helps to keep the hair cool. So I really need to invest. I'm not going to afford it. I want to get a couple of these versions that covers around the middle region of the body. And also, well, there's 3 of them. I want one for the lower part of the body, middle part of the body, and one that like a strapped connection version to go around the neck and then the head. So I'm fully covered, the body, full body. But I need to, it's expensive way, so it's expensive, so I need to save up to do that in the next few weeks before the end of, before my birthday comes up, if I can. So let's go to the audio of why on earth would they create the hidden technology for all these years and using individuals, as we know, you and I, another side, Tanya, is the subject targeted individuals. Now, the drama that goes on online, and oh yeah, Tanya, a certain individual, mentioned no names, he shaved his head. And I can see right through his personality and what you said about him of, you know what, and I won't say it on this live, is spot on. All I needed to do is see his facial features without his hair, which he shaved off. And when he was doing his workout videos, that character, the old, you know what, male, goes by the letter W, that's what I'm going to say. Yeah, 100% on that one. And I can read body language in the face of people, and his face on travelling back home, he says. But I'm watching his body language, and when you're genuine and unfortunately targeted, you will not get offered any support, let alone get offered a job, let alone even training in a job, let alone have the ability to have your internet working properly, let alone have any streams that are not being hacked all the time. So, yeah. And then him going on Discord and stuff, as you said before, he is not genuine at all. Isn't it? It can easily be taken in by constant people. Just a gut instinct always, and blessings to your mum. Bless her heart, your sister, yourself, your dog. Okay, Tanya? So just reassure that all this time is 100% not, you know what, truthful. So the Internet of Things military operation, this is been going on a long time ago, using humans without consent, mainly for training research purposes of the brain. and collecting the data, the bio data, medical data without consent. So very brave people all those years ago who tried to warn people when it all come out publicly originally in the 70s, but it got swept under the carpet. And so here we are now. The advancement in technology is like generation. His research on, from Israel, his research and links he shares. When one gets the ability to actually look at these websites and links he shares, it is very, very, very sickening to know how sophisticated the technology is now to use into the body. And by the year 2050, that would just seem normal to people. That would seem normal to have your life tracked, have all this non-human technology inside the body, sympathetic type materials, and track everything in your human body, in your organs, everything, not just the brain. So, and then like Isis says in Discord, we need the, if that's happening, where's the protection? Where's the data protection of where your personal, body data is, and your brain data, it's going to be protected, and not harvested, and not stored on a DWAVE or AI controlled technology. And then for those transhumanists that really want this type of technology, pushing it to really want to live forever. So how are they going to do that? The human body, how long would that live? Physically, generally. But it's not going to live forever. And then what they doing? Are they making clone type of stem cells type technology to make artificially babies, which has already been out there in these very sophisticated type artificial wombs? So they won't need the natural evolution of making a baby naturally, and then just like in the Matrix movies, similar, technology used. So this is why the title of this stream is about AI, DWAVE of the mind, and it is a food for thought for those that are not aware that this goes on. And the thoughts are not our own. So with the MK Ultra part, just bear with me, I'll get the audio up. Yes, awaken, sending hugs and prayers of you and your family helpers. Oh, the helpers, not being my family. Sending hugs and prayers to you all. Beautiful talking individuals, you too. It costs a lot of money, Awaken, I know. Yeah, it does help a lot, Awaken. Yeah, Tanya. I am so sorry, bless your heart, that you two are going through so much. I am now going into the channel where it says convert recruitment into space marines. It's part 2 of this. So I'm just gonna, it's for news that are out of this world. I'm just playing the audio. So let me just show you what I am looking at. This is what I'll be showing the audio on. Okay, so you can go and find it. It's basically about US Marine Corps. Michael Christopher was asked whether he wanted to go to space and serve a 20 and back program. He recalls everything that's happened during the intake process for his program. Space Marines is called, and the partial recall of the activities during his mission. After enduring the reserve service with the reserves in 1978 and 1984, went on to serve in the US Army Ranger. It gives a date, and a former police officer of the Mountain and Seattle Police Department. From 2004 and 5, he served as international police officer with the United Nations. We've got to be careful about that peacekeeping, whether he's a plant or not. So take what you will from the information relayed and use your own discernment. I think the other one, AR Black, is more important. Let me see if I can find that instead. First, let's play part 1. I can find it, the audio.
And I only had to think, sort of like it entered the horizon to our west, and it caught our attention. And we loved it. It was moving so incredibly fast. It came onto the horizon, moved across the entire horizon in a matter of seconds, and we were just amazed by that. It drew our attention. We began to focus on that.
Yeah, this is the one person.
It drew our attention. We began to focus on that. And for the next minute and a half or so, it put on an aerial display, the likes of which neither of us had ever seen. It was obviously something that was violating the laws of aerodynamics as we understood them as 18-year-olds in 1978. After a little while, a minute and a half or so, the light went out, and it's important to point out, though, this object was rapidly crossing the horizon, and as it would be going on a line, it would turn and make 90-degree turns. It did that several times, and it really drew our attention. Well, like I said, the light went out, and we looked at each other and started discussing what we had just seen and what the possibilities were. And as we sat there, a few seconds went by, and we noticed the light again, except this time it was much larger, obviously much closer to us, and still putting on a bit of a display. As we watched, the light was on, and the light got bigger, as if this object was moving directly towards us. Again, it went out. A few seconds went by. We looked again, and there it was again. Still kind of moving around in the sky, but getting larger. As obviously it was moving closer towards us. Again, the light went out, and a little bit more time went by. Maybe 20 seconds or so, and we went back to our conversation, focusing on each other. And at the same time, we looked out the window of his car, and what we saw in front of us was just amazing. We looked out, and in the cornfield in front of us was, I would describe as a black triangle, hundreds of feet long on all three sides. It had white lights in each of the three corners, which were smaller in comparison to the central light that was in the center of this triangle. All the lights were white. We never saw any other color light put on display as we watched this unfold in front of us. Of course, we were absolutely amazed. It's important to point out that I grew up just absolutely in love with the idea of space. I always was fascinated and mesmerized by NASA. The idea that we had accomplished all those things I thought was just incredible. And I had always, secretly just really had a desire to be an astronaut. I think a lot of kids did, And we sat there, and I was so fascinated by it. I felt like I was being shown something very special. Well, I rolled the window down on the car we were in. By the way, it was an old VW Bug, an old red VW Bug. We had the dome light on inside the car. I rolled my window down, and I stuck my torso out of the window and was looking at this object. And, my senses were at work. I was trying, I detected no sound at all. It was emitting no discernible sound. But at the same time, there was a mild detectable hum that was in the air. I could also feel the hair on my arms standing up, and the sense that there was an electrical charge, like static electricity or something like that in the air. Well, as this thing was several hundred feet away from us in a field, and it started slowly, silently drifting towards us. Well, like I mentioned earlier, we were parked right beside a water tower. Well, this triangle, as it moved towards us, it just began to blow.
Entirely looking at the Institute. Aside from that fact, of course, we had a social life. It was quite easy in around Princeton and that whole area. Of course, there were a lot of social activities. We were part of them. We took part when we could. Because at that point, before the war started, there was not dawn to dusk and then all night type operations. It was on essentially 8 to 5 basis. So we'd go out and do various things. We'd have a social life, and we'd do some dating. And eventually, a little bit later, I became engaged to a woman to marry. But that became the case in 1943. In that period, we had some social life. I learned a lot of Philadelphia because it's not that far from Philadelphia. It had a great deal of social life going. There were a number of people I remember dating. And of course, being that came from the Cameron family, and there's certain used to that. And of course, you wear a white officer's Navy uniform. I mean, the women were falling in love with you. In this case, they were falling in love with me and Duncan. Duncan was still the better looking of us. We never had any problems, shall we say, socially. The problem was how to get the social life into the work life. It was an interesting competition. When we went to the sea in the Navy, of course, that ended. And we were all over the Pacific until October of 1941. Pennsylvania, it was not dawn to dusk and then all night type operations. It was on essentially 8 to 5 bases.
This is about time
We'd go out
travel.
and do various things. We'd have a social life, and we'd do some dating. And eventually, a little bit later, I became engaged to a woman to marry. But that became the case in 1943. In that period, we had some social life. We went around, learned a lot about Philadelphia because it's not that far from Philadelphia. It had a great deal of social life going. There were a number of people I remember dating. And of course, being came from the Cameron family.
Those not seen it, it's a documentary about time travel.
Falling in love with you. In this case, they were falling in love with me and Duncan. Duncan was still the better looking of us. Never had any problems, shall we say.
AI.
The problem was how to get the social life into the work life. That was
The
an
history
interesting competition.
for the
We
W
went to the
project.
sea in the Navy, of course, that ended. And we were
He's
all
a
over the Pacific
witness.
until
It's
October
part two.
1941. The Pennsylvania came into dry dock at Pearl Harbor. It was due for an overhaul. It, of course, had been launched in 1916, commissioned in 1916. A quite old battleship, actually, but still, shall we say, very seaworthy. It was a favorite of the Roosevelt, and it was at that point the flagship of the fleet. It went into Pearl Harbor into dry dock. We took leave, first in Hawaii, then we went to San Francisco. And on December 5th, 1941, we were about to board a Navy plane at the Alameda Naval Air Station when we were intercepted by a Navy captain who says, "Gentlemen, your orders are canceled, come with me." And we followed him into an upstairs room at the Naval Air Station, and met Hal Vaughn Sr. This was the first time we met him. He was the director of the Office of Naval Engineering, as they called it in those days. It's since been renamed the Office of Naval Research. And he said, "Gentlemen, your orders are canceled. We have reason to believe the Japanese are going to attack Pearl Harbor within 48 to 72 hours, and we don't want you there. Stay here in San Francisco. It's the home port of the Pennsylvania. So there may be some paperwork and things you can do, but take all the time you want off. Have a good time. In January, you go back to the Institute, and there'll be nothing but hard work, I can assure you." So we did exactly that. We continued our leave, if you will, in San Francisco. Had an absolute ball. San Francisco was always wide open for sailors, and we didn't have any problems. And of course, history records that on December 7th, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. It was known in advance by certain people in the Navy and in the military and the brass. And it was known in advance, as I found out many, many years later, as Al Bailey, by a woman whose husband at that time was stationed in Pearl Harbor in 1941. It was interesting to note that the people expected an attack for 2 months prior to December 7th, but nobody knew whether it would come or when. All the male population of the island of Hawaii, I should say the island of Oahu, which is where Pearl Harbor was, were armed. The military gave sidearms to every male of appropriate age, 18 or over, on the island, expecting an invasion. Now, the population expected it there 2 months before it actually happened. What about all the hoopla afterwards that it was a surprise sneak attack? Well, yes, we were surprised, all right, because, shall we say, it was set up in order to get us into the war. That is, of course, a part of history I do not wish to deal with at this point. It's not necessary. But we were not there when it happened. In January, we returned, of course, to the Institute of Advanced Studies, January 1942, and preparations were underway, well advanced for the test on the battleship. Now, they did not want to put into the deck of the battleship in order to, shall we say, bury machinery and equipment below decks. If the ship were being built, and there was known that they wanted to put this type of equipment on board a ship, then they would have made preparations for a space to store the equipment. But this was, of course, the first stage of a series of experiments. So everything was lashed to the decks, and the heavy equipment was on the dockside. Tesla, getting back and talking with him, was very concerned about the fact that his calculations showed he had to go up to many, many times the power, almost 100 times the power used for the initial test. And we're talking megawatts of RF energy and many kilowatts of electrical energy through the coils. He designed 4 coils to go on the deck of the ship, whatever ship it might be, which were conical. He loved that idea, conical coils, instead of the flat ribbon wound or the typical type that you wind on the core of the transformer, which is flat layer by layer. His coils were spirally wound. Smaller at one end, they get bigger and bigger and bigger. He considered them more efficient. He even made flat coils, which were spirally wound. He said they were more efficient than the standard techniques then being used, and to this day being used. These coils stood something over 6 feet high, about 6.5 feet high. They were copper tubing, approximately 1 3/4 inches in diameter, hollow, because they had to pump coolant water through them in the final stages, in the final design. And one cable connecting the top and just one at the bottom. They took 4 of these on the deck of the ship, whatever one it was, whether it was a battleship or whether it was a later work on the Eldridge. And there would be pumps with power from special alternators which were designed for this job. They provided a magnetic field. The electric field was internal to this. And there was a special antenna which was designed in the stages for the battleship and on as a quadriphase antenna, which means there were 4 segments 90 degrees apart around, shall we say, the periphery of a mounting tube. And these things are sort of embedded. Because it was high frequency, they can embed it as a rod, insulated, 90 degrees displaced from each other. So you had them on a 4 quadrant, so to speak, of a circle, 90 degrees apart. And each one of those are fed separately with an RF system where the energy was pumped to them was 90 degrees out of phase with the next one and so forth around the whole circle. By proper use of much electronics, separate from the antenna and separate from the coils, you would produce a rotating field, a rotating electric field and a rotating magnetic field. The electric field rotated counterclockwise inside the magnetic field, and the magnetic field also rotated counterclockwise. The interaction of those two fields in relationship to much other unmentioned mathematics, and still classified for that matter, even though the Philadelphia experiment today has been essentially declassified because of a 50-year limit on classification of anything unless a special dispensation to keep it going longer. Will not, I'm certain, show the mathematics. I have not had access to those records, even though I tried to get them. There are ways of keeping people from getting them, even though it's declassified. I'm speaking of the current time. Going back to that time, the power was quite excessive, and Tesla knew it. But I might add that in terms of the knowledge of the effects of electric and magnetic fields on the human body and the human nervous system, there was little or nothing known at that time. But there was those effects. We're dealing at a time where the only high power transmissions were radio. There was no television except for its earliest phases, not as we know it today. And they had no medical knowledge to indicate at what point the human nervous system will break down, fry, or break apart completely due to the exposure to electromagnetic energy. Magnetic field component is, in terms of a DC field, not damaging. In terms of an AC field, can be extremely damaging. Tesla was the only one who had a real feeling for the dangers involved. And he kept saying to everyone, to Duncan, to myself, and other people, we're going to have a problem. He says, I'm not sure whether we can run this equipment safely without affecting the safety of the welfare, perhaps even the lives of the sailors who may be near it. So he went back to the Navy. They already had signed the test date in March of 1942. And he said, I need more time to look at this and to find a solution to the problem, which I know is going to develop. So we may wind up with dead sailors. I certainly don't want that to happen. And I have to redesign this equipment and do other things. And the Navy came back to him and says, so Tesla, you can do what you have to do, but there's a war on. The date is firm. You will have to meet that test date. So the date rolls around. Equipment's turned on. The night before, Tesla went around and apparently sabotaged a few pieces of equipment so they wouldn't work. That result was what did turn on, produced a few sparks and no invisibility field, no heavy radiated field of either RF or magnetic fields. No one was hurt. No test results, of course. The Tesla found out and goes, gentlemen, this test is a failure. I have other things to do. There's a very good man who can take over. That was Dr. John von Neumann. He recommended Dr. John von Neumann, who was assigned the task of being the director. So what does Dr. von Neumann do? He says, well, to the Navy, I have to find out what went wrong. Very obvious question, very obvious answer, and a very obvious statement. It didn't take long to find out what went wrong, the fact that the equipment had been sabotaged. But he decided he wanted to redesign the whole system. Now, it does not mean that he wanted to take a totally different mathematical approach, because the mathematical approach was correct, as we were using it in those days. He decided that he wanted to scrap the analog system, which Tesla was using. By analog, I mean very much like current radio. You have another carrier that is modulated with the voice, no music, and it's a continuous modulation. It's not digital. There's continuous modulation of varying amplitudes. In case of frequency modulation, the amplitude is constant if you cause a deviation or variation of frequency in accordance with the modulation that you want to impress on. but it is continued. Now, the idea which Van Neumann had, which he wished to do, and he did.
All through this period we're talking about, there have been two levels of knowledge in every. If you read the religious texts, like the Bible and other religions, as an initiate of numerology, of the Illuminati code, etc., you read the text in a certain way and you see what it's really symbolically saying. If you're not initiated into that knowledge, and most people aren't, you read the same text and you are encouraged to take the symbolic literally. So, the same piece of text can be a means of passing on knowledge through initiates and creating religion and
on the website.
for the masses. And in the ancient world, the sun was the same. The mass of the people focused on the sun because of its obvious effect on their daily lives, their crops, their lives, heat, warmth, light. But at that level of initiation, which had been passing on this ancient knowledge, they knew the sun was far more. They knew that the sun was and is an incredible generator of energy that is affecting life on Earth second by second.
And a great example of what I'm talking about and how it affects us and how the ancients knew about this is a guy called Maurice Cottrell. Earlier on in his life, he did a lot of research into sunspot activity, solar flare activity, these projections of energy from the sun, and he found that they could be put into various cycles, small cycles, medium cycles, great cycles over thousands of years. Later on in his life, he came across the Maya information left in Central America, the Yucatan, by the Maya people who picked it up from previous people. And again, you go back eventually to this extraterrestrial race or races, emphasis on the races. And they have put together a symbolic and mathematical structure that talks about cycles of human evolution, small cycles, medium cycles, great cycles. And Cottrell found, to his surprise, that these Maya cycles of human evolution corresponded, even over thousands of years, in remarkable synchronicity with his cycles of sunspot activity, projections of energy from the sun. He also looked at the various historical cycles and found that the rise and the fall of great civilizations like the Roman Empire corresponded to these cycles of sun energy. So when the sun changes, we change. We are encouraged at some points to be open to more aggression or more this or more that. Now, if you know that, and you know that at certain times the mass consciousness is more likely to react in a certain way, then you know, as you're manipulating the world, when to have your wars, when to have your economic collapses. And this is why, as many researchers, not just myself, have established that these events tend to happen in key years relating to sunspot and sun energy cycles. Therefore, in the ancient world, there was the knowledge of the sun in its true importance and its true effect, and then there was the mass of the people who just looked at it in a totally different way. And this is why in the cultures of the ancient world, you found, again, here a chair from Egypt, throne from Egypt, a Akhenaten chair, the pharaoh, sun, gold, the solar color, the solar metal. This is why the obsession was with gold. Also, lions, you find a tremendous symbolism of the lion. The lion with its long mane symbolized the sun, which is why it was always there. Here again in Sri Lanka, gold and the sun. Here in Rome, the two lions, the sun and the disc, the sun. Again, understanding this. Now, Here, much more recently, this is the sun chair of George Washington, first president of the United States. And the reason that you find the symbols of the ancient world used by this high advanced level of knowledge in the more modern world, right to the present day, among the secret societies and among the countries in terms of flags and symbols, etc., is because the same knowledge stream is used today and the same manipulation is used today as always was. Now, this is a symbol that explains so much about religion and many of the symbols you see in the modern world. Because of the focus on the sun in its various levels of importance and understanding, this symbol was devised in the ancient world to symbolize the passage of the sun through the year. They did the circle with the zodiac, zodiac coming from a Greek word meaning animal circle appropriately. They broke the circle into 4, the seasons, with the cross, and they put the sun on the cross. I've heard that somewhere before. So, this is what this is, the Celtic Cross. It's the circle and the cross. It's the symbol I've just had on the screen. This is NATO. NATO is a wholly owned subsidiary of this brotherhood, this group of bloodlines, the reptile-human bloodlines, the hybrids that run the planet. Again, this is the CIA symbol. Again, there's the cross with the sun on the cross. And this sun symbolism is something that you can read this brotherhood by. I came across this symbol in the City of London. Now, we'll get to this. City of London is the operational epicenter of this global web of manipulation. And this is across the road from St. Paul's Cathedral. And again, you see the same system, and on the center you've got the black sun. Now, the black sun symbolizes 2 things. It symbolizes the negative use of solar energy.
Was it
And it also symbolizes something that's becoming more and more obvious and people are becoming more aware of. And that it's not just the planets that go around the sun in the solar system. The solar system is also traveling around a central point. That central point is known symbolically as the black sun, kind of a galactic center, and it takes 26,000 years for the solar system to go around that sun, and we are now in the process of completing one of those 26,000 year cycles, which is why the world is changing and is going to change dramatically in the next 15 years to 2012. So again, this symbol keeps coming up in the modern world as well as the ancient one. Now, even in the design of cities, which this brotherhood has in the modern world controlled, you see exactly the same symbol. What you're looking at here is the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Paris, like Washington and London, is a mass of esoteric symbolism and sacred geometry built by design.
On screen sharing, but
and so what you have is the Arc de Triomphe with the circle around it as the center of the sun on the cross, if you like, and going off from there are 12 roads breaking up into the 12 segments, just like that symbol I showed you a few minutes ago. And this, again, is sun symbolism from the ancient world carried by this group. And even in the road, on the road plan around the Arc de Triomphe, you see the sun there making the point. But if you don't realize where all this is coming from, it just seems like kind of nice design. Again, up there, Order of the Knights Templar and the York Rite of Freemasonry, that symbol there with the cross and the crown is the way the symbol of the circle and the cross has been gone in Christian churches without people realizing what it means. It's the same symbol, the cross and the circle. This is an ancient depiction of the Phoenician and many other cultures within the Middle Near East, but certainly the Phoenician sun god called Bel or Bil became the Canaanite Baal. And there you see the halo around the top of his head symbolizing the sun. Demonstrably, the white race took the world over. They came out of the Caucasus area of the world in 2 basic ways. Go one way first, by land. They came out of the Caucasus Mountains. Incidentally, what do Americans call white? Why do they call them after the mountains in the Near East? because that's where the white race came from. They came across land into Europe and they changed their names. They were the Sumerians, they were names. And if you follow the movement of people, you find that they became the white race of Europe. They became Anglo-Saxon race because the Angles and the Saxons were simply different names for the same race. They became the Scandinavian peoples, they became the British, they became the French, they became the European white race. And within this white race were these Anunnaki bloodlines, these reptilian bloodlines. And these were the ones, when you do the research in the genealogy, ended up position.
The Illuminati code, etc. You read the text in a certain way and you see what it's really calling saying. If you're not initiated into that knowledge, and most people aren't, obviously, you read the same text and you are encouraged to take the symbolic literally. So the same piece of text can be a piece of passing on knowledge through initiates and creating prison and history for the mass. And in the ancient world, the sun was the same. The mass of the people focused on the sun because of the obvious effect on their daily lives, their crops, their lives, heat, warmth, light. But that level of initiation, which had been passing on this ancient knowledge, they knew the sun was powerful. They knew that the sun was and is a incredible generator of energy that is distinct on Earth and by.
And a great example of what I'm talking about and how it affects us and how the ancients knew about this is a guy called Maurice Cottrell. Earlier on in his life, he did a lot of research into sunspot activity, solar flare activity, these projections of energy from the sun, and he found that they could be put into various cycles, small cycles, medium, great cycles over thousands of years. Later on in his life, he came across the Maya information left in Central America, the Yucatan, by the Maya people who picked it up from previous people. And again, you go back eventually.
Hello, Holly, how are you?
Race,
Dropping quickly to say hi. May God bless you and yours greatly. You're constantly in the front lines, exposing the silver. To you guys so much. Thank you. Blessings to you.
And Cottrell found, his surprise, that these Maya cycles of human evolution corresponded, even over thousands of years, remarkable synchronicity with these cycles of activity, projections of energy from the sun. He also looked at the various historical cycles and found that the rise and the fall of great civilizations like the Roman Empire corresponded to these cycles of sun energy.
We don't expose it.
So when the sun changes,
the world is not
we change.
know.
We are encouraged at some point to be open to more aggression or more this or more that. Now, if you know that, and you know that at certain times the mass consciousness is more likely to react in a certain way, then you know, as you're manipulating the world, when to have your wars, when to have your economic collapses. And this is why, as many researchers, not just myself, have established that these events tend to happen in key years relating to sunspot and sun energy.
It's all related.
Before, in the ancient world, there was the sun in its true importance, in its true.
You can't see the screen
and
shares
then there was
because
a mass of
hacking
people who just looked at it in a totally different way. And this is why in the culture world, you found here a chair from Egypt, throne from Egypt, a Akhenaten chair, the pharaoh, sun, gold, the solar color, the solar metal. This is why the obsession was with gold. Also, lions, you find a tremendous symbolism of the lion. The lion with its long mane symbolized the sun, which is why it was always there. Here again, in Sri Lanka, gold and the sun. Here in Rome, the two lions, the sun, the disc, the sun. Again, understand. Here, much more recently, this is the sun chair of George Washington, first president of the States. And the reason that you find the symbols of the ancient world used by this high advanced level of knowledge in the more modern world, right present day, among the secret societies, among the countries in terms of flags and symbols, etc., is because the same knowledge stream is used today and the same manipulation is used today as always was. Now, this is a symbol that explains
So far,
about
ridiculous.
religion and
I hope
many
you
of the
didn't
symbols
hear
you see in
the
the modern
audio.
world. Because of the focus of the sun in its
Yeah,
various
we
forms
find
of
it so
importance and understanding,
they do
this symbol
happen,
was
and
devised in the
I'm
ancient
after
world to symbolize the
nothing to
passage of the sun through the year. They did the
that's the
circle, the
sun of the year.
zodiac, zodiac
It's
comes
not
from the word meaning animals. They broke the circle into 4, the seasons with the cross, and they put the sun on the cross. I've heard that somewhere before. So, this is the Celtic Cross. It's the circle and the cross. It's the symbol I've just had on the screen. This is NATO. NATO is a wholly owned subsidiary of this brotherhood, this group of bloodlines, the reptile-human bloodlines, the hybrid on the planet. Again, this is the CIA symbol. Again, there's the cross with the sun on the cross. And this sun symbolism is something that you can read this brotherhood by. I came across this shot, or this symbol, the City of London. Now, we'll get to this. The City of London is the operational epicenter of this global web of manipulation. This is across the road from Celtic. And again, you see the same symbolism. And on the center, you've got the black sun. Now, the black sun symbolizes two things. It symbolizes the negative use of solar energy. And it also symbolizes something that's becoming more and more obvious and people are becoming more aware of. And that's that it's not just the planets that go around the sun in the solar system. The solar system is also traveling around a central point. And that central point is known symbolically as the black sun, kind of a galactic center. And it takes 26,000 years for the solar system to go around that sun. And we are now in the process of completing those 26,000 year cycles. The world is changing, and it's going to change dramatically in the next 15 years to 2012. So again, this symbol keeps coming up in the modern world as well as the ancient one. Now, even in the design of cities, which this brotherhood has in the modern world controlled, you see exactly the same symbol. What you're looking at here is beyond in Paris. Paris, like Washington and London, is a mass of esoteric symbolism and sacred geometry built by design into the street plan. And what we have is the Arc de Triomphe with the circle around it. There's the center of the sun on the cross, if you like. And going off from there are 12 roads breaking up into the 12 segments, just like that symbol I showed you a few minutes ago. And this, again, is sun symbolism from the ancient world carried by this. In the road plan around the Arc de Triomphe, you see the sun there making the point. But if you realize where all this is coming from, it just seems like kind of nice design. And up there, Order of the Knights Templar and the York Rite of Freemasons, that's the cross and the crown, is the way the symbol of the circle and the cross has been got into Christian churches without people realizing what it means. It's the same symbol, the cross and the circle. This is an ancient stone depiction of the Phoenician and many other cultures within the Middle Near East, but certainly the Phoenician sun god called Bill, who became the Canaanite Baal. And there you see the halo around the top of his head, symbolizing the sun. Demonstrably, the white race took the world over. They came out of the Caucasus Mountains and this area of the world in two basic ways. Go one way first, by land. They came out of the Caucasus Mountains. And incidentally, what do Americans call white people? Caucasian. Why do they call them mountains in the Near East? Because that's where the white race came across land in Europe, and they changed their names. They were the Scythians, they were Syrians, they were many different names. And if you follow the movement of people, you find that they became the white race of Europe. They became the Anglo-Saxon race because the Angles and the Saxons were simply different names for the same race. They became the Scandinavian peoples. They became the British, the French. They became the European white race. And within this white race were these bloodlines, these reptilian bloodlines. And these were the ones, when you do the research and the genealogy, that picked up again and again and in the positions of power. Now this is then. Everyone knows that the founding fathers believed in freedom in America. Well, some of them might have done, but some of them didn't. Because what happened in 1776 and afterwards, when America to this day believed in becoming an independent nation and free, was overt control of the Americas through the colonies was replaced by covert control. America has never been free of Britain's influence and control to this very day, and it's about time it was. And people like Benjamin Franklin, and I document this in detail in The Biggest Secret, were agents of British intelligence and the British Crown. This guy was parked in Paris as an ambassador in Paris, and he spent tremendous amounts of time in London. More than that, I said earlier that one of the common themes of these bloodlines through history is blood drinking, satanic ceremonies, etc., human sacrifice. That's what this guy was into. He was one of the top Freemasons in America. He was a member of key Freemasonic lodges in France, which created the French Revolution, like the Nine Sisters Lodge. And he was a member of a really elite secret society and satanic human sacrifice and blood drinking operation in Britain called the Hellfire Club, a British government minister called Sir Francis Dashwood, and who built underground chambers in his estate of Wickham, north of London, to do the sacrificing and stuff. That may sound amazing, but just a little while ago in the British newspapers, this story broke. Again, while it was for the American colonies, he parked his bum in London. And he lived in a place called 36 Craven Street near Trafalgar Square. Well, they've just been renovating that to turn it into a Benjamin Franklin museum. And bingo, they found 10 bodies underneath the floor, 6 of them children, and they've Benjamin Franklin there. They've said, oh, he must have been into body snatching. When you link it to his other activities, I think it's probably another nation. Thomas Jefferson, again, one of the aristocratic lines from Europe, and a guy, a member of the Rosicrucian Secret Society, another esoteric secret society, carried this knowledge. He just didn't tell anyone else about it. He also owned 200 slaves, Thomas Jefferson, while writing that every man is created equal. Slight contradiction there, I feel. Maybe we're all equal unless you've got a black face. And so when you look at the from the very start, this is George Washington. Again, another of the aristocratic bloodlines from Europe that became presidents of the United States. When I'm talking about these same bloodlines taking over Europe and then through the British Empire taking over America and other countries, I'm not kidding. When you do genealogical research, you find some remarkable statistics. Since George Washington became president in 1789, and including him, every single presidential election has been won by the candidate with the most British and European royal genes. By 42 American presidents, 33 of them are genetically related to England's Alfred the Great and Charlemagne, the most famous monarch of France. Way back, he became monarch for the Holy Roman Empire. Of the 42 presidents, 19 have been genetically related to England's King Edward III, who has thousands of blood connections to Prince Charles. And then you look at Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's a kid from Arkansas. We all know that. Not connected to any bloodlines. Street, made good, because anyone can become president in America. I know, I read it somewhere. Clinton is genetically related to the House of Windsor, to every Scottish monarch, to King Henry III of England, and to King Robert I of France. And this is why he doesn't. Channel is part of the history book. Stick around to find out. We have been here from the beginning. Our ancestors navigated by the wind and stars, crossing vast oceans and mountain ranges, searching for new lands. Over thousands of years, our ancestors became astronomers and architects, philosophers and scientists, artists and inventors. We created distinct societies and built vast trade systems that covered 2 continents. In 1492, our world was changed forever. We did not disappear. Today, the languages and teachings of our ancestors remain. And these are the untold stories of the Americas before Columbus. When did the first people arrive in the Americas? Indigenous creation stories tell how our ancestors emerged as humans from the earth, the water, the sky, and the land below. Some people believe that we walked into the Americas on foot, across an ancient land bridge that once connected Asia and North America. Others say we paddled here in ocean-going canoes along the Pacific coastline. There's one thing that all of these views of arrival have in common. They all begin with a journey. By 1491, tens of millions of indigenous people were living in every Americas, from the high Arctic to the southern tip of America. There were countless indigenous nations, each with their own distinct language and ways of life. But this didn't happen overnight. It took thousands of years to build this diverse world from a very small founding population. Since 1492, we've shared our traditional territory with people from every part of the world. Today, we continue our search for the origins of our ancestors and the roots of our cultural identity as indigenous people.
We have 2 different kinds of days. We have the archaeological date that says probably somewhere between 18 to 20,000 years ago, the first non-native born human came into this hemisphere. In terms of indigenous perspectives, we've always been here. Philosophically, we've never been anywhere else.
Every indigenous nation has its own creation story. These stories have been passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. Creation stories form a powerful part of each nation's identity and sense of who we are as people. In the beginning, there was a great flood. A few animals and birds survived by clinging to the log. Among them was the tiny muskrat. The creatures decided they needed to find land, but the world was covered in water. One by one, they took turns diving deep into the water, looking for some dirt to bring back to the surface. But each animal came back empty-handed. Finally, the tiny muskrat dove under the water. When he came back, he had a ball full of earth. He placed it on the back of a turtle shell. This is how North America became known as Turtle Island. In the beginning, there was only the sea and sky. The gods created the earth and populated it with animals and birds. But the animals couldn't worship them, so they decided to make humans. The first humans were made from mud, but they fell apart too easily. Then the gods made humans from wood, but they had nothing in their minds, so they destroyed them in a flood. Finally, the gods made humans out of maize dough. They had intelligence and knowledge and could worship the gods, so they became the first people. In the beginning, people lived in the sky, and the only creatures they knew were birds. A young hunter set out one day to find a rare and beautiful bird. When he finally found it, he shot his arrow. And when he went to retrieve it, he discovered a hole in the bottom of the sky. Through it, he saw forests and rivers and wild animals. He asked the other hunters to this world with him, but they refused. So he made a rope and lowered it down the hole and climbed down to the world below. He shot deer and brought it back to the sky world. The other wanted to hunt deer too, so they climbed down the rope. The last person to go through the hole in the sky was a woman, and she became stuck, preventing the people from returning to their home. She can still be seen in the sky as the morning star. Historians have long supported a theory that our ancestors walked into the Americas across an ancient land bridge that connected Asia and North America during the last ice age. Until about 13,000 years ago, gradients about kilometers thick covered much of the northern sections of North America, Europe, and Asia. But there were regions in the northern hemisphere where people lived. One of these regions was known as Beringia. This 1,000-kilometer expanse of land connecting the two continents emerged when glaciers locked up vast quantities of water, causing sea levels to fall more than 100 meters.
You see evidence that people came across a land bridge. You see evidence that a land bridge did exist in the past.
In the northern parts of North America, Alaska, the Yukon, even northern British Columbia, we have a collection of some of the most ancient sites across the continent. And of course, that would be up in an area that archaeologists was.
And welcome to WQ. Yes, it's the 2022 World Championship of Online Poker. Goodness, twists and turns. Right now, anyone could win this. It's all over on the turn. We have a winner.
And you know, those people who made it across the land bridge, all they had were their wits and a few stone tools. And yet they managed to explore, discover, and colonize new continents. So that's a pretty amazing achievement in the annals of human history. And they did this by being very aware of their environment, of being able to manipulate their environment to their own benefit.
The water between the two continents drops and exposed the bottom of the sea. This arid, prairie-like landscape remained ice-free, and the abundant birds and mammals provided people with food and materials for clothing and shelter. But Beringia was a temporary landscape. Around 20,000 years ago, the world's climate began to warm, and the glaciers started to move. By 15,000 years ago, rising sea levels had covered the Beringia land bridge, and people living there either had to return to Siberia or stay in North America. The melting glaciers and rising sea levels created major environmental changes in the Northern Hemisphere. The land between the two North American ice sheets widened about 12,000 years ago, offering an ice-free corridor for people to travel through.
Historically, archaeology, it was believed that the further set into the continent between the Laurentide and Cordilleran ice sheets. This is known as the ice-free corridor hypothesis. And so many researchers think this was the gateway into the Americas.
But taking this route south through such a harsh terrain would have involved a tremendous risk.
If they people who were up in Alaska and they see this opening between two ice sheets, they're taking a big leap of faith to say, well, maybe we go 1,000 miles south of here and we'll find better land. The ice-free corridor would have been a very dynamic landscape. It would have had terrible winters, like harsh, cold winters, and not much better in the cold and rainy. So there wasn't a lot of opportunity for people to find stable land that they could colonize.
The end of the last ice age set the stage for the movement of people overland into North America. The indigenous people who traveled into the continent on foot from Beringia could not have known it at the time, but they were not the first people to settle south of the ice sheets. In fact, humans had already been living in both North and South America years before the glacier melted and opened up routes south through the ice-free corridor.
Glaciers covered much of the northern hemisphere until about 12,000 years ago. As temperatures warmed worldwide, ice melted and sea levels began to rise. These changes to the environment led to animal, bird, and human migration throughout North America, Asia, and Europe. Tens of thousands of years ago, the climates in parts of the Asian subcontinent was much wetter than it is today. India, the Thar Desert was once a vast, fertile grassland. Hunters following the herds eventually settled permanently in the region. As the glaciers, the warm climate created new agricultural zones in the northern hemisphere. Early agriculturalists cultivated new food resources in the fertile soils of the Middle East, and this led to the formation of farming settlements and eventually cities. Last ice age, sea levels were 100 meters lower than they were today, and this created a 1,000-kilometer-wide land bridge to appear between Siberia and Alaska. This became one of the migration routes that humans took into the Americas. Changes in climate over the millennia has influenced the migration paths and hunting practices of humans throughout the world.
They first started doing their surveys in the what would be the ice-free corridor. The observation they made was that kids were getting younger as they went north, which is counterintuitive. You'd expect that the oldest sites would be in the north and they get progressively younger in the south. So it looked like people were moving north instead of south. So this has always been very paradoxical. And the only way you can explain it is that there were people already living south of the ice sheets. And where did those people come from?
The recent discovery of an ancient village and campsites in the Americas that are more than 14,000 years old supports a new theory that people first arrived by boat along the Pacific coastline of North America.
In the 70s, researchers proposed an alternative to say that coastal route was also viable. And this sparked a huge debate in archaeology that there had to be one or other. Which one was it? We're now coming to an understanding that it was likely both happened. However, archaeologists are more leaning towards the coastal route as the earlier alternative.
Any journey along the Pacific coast during the Ice Age would have been treacherous.
Keep in mind that the west coast at that time would have been choked with icebergs and lots of ice flows. So for people to travel that way, it would certainly require some good ocean-going skills. That's not out of the question because we do know from the archaeological record in East Asia that as early as 40,000 years ago, people were able to make open ocean voyages. When people go on journeys like this, their destination is usually unknown to them.
We may never know what held indigenous people to embark on this treachery by sea.
What is the history of humanity in North America? We have indications humans were here, they were produced culture, they were either dead, they were becoming a part of the landscape, they were taking ownership of the landscape in their own way.
Once arriving on land, these seafarers would have found themselves in a strange and foreign world filled with unknown peril and promise.
When people are traveling into unknown countries, they really have to rely on the skills that they bring with them. So if they know how to live off the land, if they know what seafoods they can consume, this will give them a better than average chance of finding a new country or new terrain they're trying to settle in.
Idea of where we come from is extremely important. It gives us that sense of place. It tells us the locations that we are as individuals. It's the political landscape that continues to reside.
It's not known how many indigenous people arrived in the Americas by water. Evidence suggests this was not an isolated occurrence.
Archaeology is finding more and more localities which add pieces to the puzzle. When we look at them all in the broad picture, it does deep about first people to come into North America.
Outside.
Whether our ancestors took land from Thuringia or by water along the Pacific coast, people were soon living in every corner of the Americas.
Native Americans were at the southern tip of South America more than 14,000 years ago. So the hypothesis is that they took a coastal route just because traveling over land would have been very difficult at the time.
We have a much greater understanding of the fluctuation in sea levels, so it's easier for us to locate those most ancient sites along the coast, spreading all the way down to California, and of course, all the way down to places like Monteverde in South America.
Monteverde is an ancient village in Chile, about 50 kilometers inland from the Pacific coastline that was occupied at least 4,800 years ago. The village was discovered in the 1970s beneath a creek and was largely preserved within the wet environment. The village consisted of 12 small huts that would have supported about 20 or 30 people. The huts were made from wood, animal hide, and woven rope. There were 2 large and several smaller hearths in the village. People at Monteverde collected plants in the mountains, grasslands, and coastal regions in southern Chile, suggesting that they traveled widely and building materials. Along with the remains of mammoth and llama, 10 types of seaweed and the shells of crabs and clams were found at the site. The marine-based diet of those who lived at Monteverde points to a people who were well adapted to a marine lifestyle.
Over the course of many thousands of years, when you're doing things such as experimentation, new ways, or trial and error in new food types, all of this accumulates over many generations and gives us what we call traditional knowledge.
Since first arriving in the Americas, indigenous people have hunted wild game for food, shelter, tools, and clothing. The type of tools used by these ancient hunters are often used to define their cultures. One of the most important discoveries of ancient stone tools in the Americas was made at Clovis, New Mexico in the early 20th century. The distinct way of manufacturing these spearheads led to the Clovis first theory, which suggests people in the Americas arrived shortly after the glaciers melted and used the same tool technology.
When we look at the history of archaeology as a discipline, early on, say early 1900s, scholars believed back then that North America had only been inhabited by people for 2,000 to 3,000 years. However, this changed, of course, with the finding of Folsom and Clovis points in association with what we call megafauna, I say mammals and creatures that walk the earth along with indigenous people.
The discovery of mammoth bones, alongside stone tools at the Clovis site, revealed that indigenous people were hunting megafauna with spearhead technology around 13,000 years ago.
Clovis was the peg where the first stone tools were found. After that, it kind of became the umbrella term for fluted technology.
Anywhere you take it. Build it on Wix.
This lethal tool was sharp enough to penetrate the thick hides of large game, such as bison and Clovis points were made from jasper, chert, obsidian, and bones, and were eventually discovered throughout North America.
Clovis tool complex spread across North America very rapidly. So this has always given the impression that people are moving along and occupying new lands. And there's lots of variety across North America with geographical variations.
And for many decades, it was believed that the Clovis culture was the first and only culture to be across all of North America. However, most recently, in the last 10 to 20 years, the Clovis first model has pretty much been thrown out the window because we have ample evidence across North America, Mesoamerica, down to South America of sites that predate the Clovis time period. And this data and these sites are really interesting in pushing the boundaries of what we know.
I think Clovis is an idea, and that there was already a pre-existing population that was receptive to this new invention. So when the new invention came along, there was the idea of it that spread into a pre-existing population.
Although stone tools were widely used in the Americas for thousands of years, tools made from animal bones were also used for hunting and fishing.
Before people had Clovis points, actually used bone technology. And the bone tools were just as lethal as the stone tools. Now there's going to be a whole series of sites that have been discovered. And one of the discoveries was actually made very early on at the Manus Hill site in Washington State. There was a bone tool that was embedded in the vertebrae of a mastodon. And it was actually made from another mastodon. From that, he could get a radiocarbon date off the tools, but he could also get a radiocarbon date off the kill that was embedded in it.
Remains found at the Manus Hill site take 13,800 years, a full millennium before the glaciers melted enough to open up the ice-free corridor to the north.
A hunter likely took a man once in his life and talked about it for the rest of his life.
As the glaciers receded and the lands opened up, allowing migration across North America, hunting techniques changed based on the terrain and their prey.
There's certainly a long history of hunting as a way of life, going right back to the Ice Age when humans first appeared on the scene. And of course, as people moved into the farther north region, they started coming across animals like such as reindeer and caribou, and these are herding animals, so they started hunting them communally. Clovis tools were very lethal, and whatever they hit would have been injured. But of course, you'd have to be very close to that animal. You bring them into natural traps, and then once they're into the natural traps, then you can use your stabbing spears to kill them.
Stones and animal bones were the first materials used by humans to craft tools for hunting. Some of the earliest tools to be discovered date back more than 2 million years. "20,000 years ago, nomadic hunter-gatherers lived in the Kavara cave region in Israel. They developed the Kavaran tool technology using flint to make spear points and arrowheads. The Phylactery and tool industry emerged in Western Europe around 19,000 years ago. The people of this region made tools by knapping tiny flakes off the flint core. Hunters also used heat to make flaking more precise. One of the earliest stone tool technology in North America was the Clovis point, named after the city in New Mexico where the spear points were first discovered. The people who created these tools hunted a wide range of megafauna, mammoths. Throughout the different styles of tools that people developed determine the type and size of the game they hunted.
As our ancestors settled throughout the two continents, creating hundreds of nations, languages evolved and diversified. And through these languages, stronger social and cultural identities. The Western Hemisphere is the most linguistically diverse region in the world. It's estimated that there were as many as 2,000 distinct languages spoken in the Americas in 1491. Each of these languages are part of a language family, connected through common words, grammar, and diction. Languages are more than a means of communication. For ancient societies, they contain the cultural, historical, and traditional knowledge of a nation. Many of the languages spoken before 1491 are still in use today. Quechua in South America, Mayan in Mesoamerica, Pueblo in North America, get closer to the action. And Inuktitut in the Arctic. Mesoamerican cultures like the Maya and Aztec had a complex writing system. Most indigenous languages were based on an oral tradition.
Language is the thing that we think to in the world. It's something that is done by people, and especially without writing. All you have are people as your evidence. In North America, there's a tapestry of different language families that have crossed over each other. And there's probably about 30 families in North America. There's probably 30 or so families in Central America, and maybe even 100 families in South America. The original work on comparative linguistics was reconstructing languages that had long written histories like English and the Romance languages like French and Italian. So it was early on believed, you could do that in a language that didn't have a written history. The early anthropologist linguists in North America proved that yes, you could reconstruct these languages, and often could show materially that language here was actually a close relative of a language that was quite far apart from it, separated by a number of others. They applied these methods that had been developed in Europe and proved that they were used for unwritten languages, and that opened the door for people to work on Native American languages and figure out where did they come from, which is always the question that presses people when they study us. They also found sometimes that the indigenous people themselves would tell you, oh, well, our language is actually related to those kinds. So you can ask, you can find out, well, yes, we share a whole bunch of words in common. You can go talk to them, you can tell. And although they can't really communicate in each of the person's language, they still find quite a large number of words that
Indigenous languages carry deep cultural and traditional knowledge, but tracing their histories is a challenge to linguistic researchers.
even though we have reconstructions, internally reconstructed and externally reconstructed language families, we can show that they're related, but we can't go back any further. And as unlike biology, language doesn't have a constant change. It changes in fits and starts with long periods of little change, sudden dramatic reconstructions of how the language works. It's not something that we can predict with any reliability. We can show that a language is internally related, but we can't tell you how long the connections are. And we rely almost on archaeology to give us some sort of calibration to our guesstimate.
Oral entomology is both fluid and fragile. And of the thousands of languages that existed in the Americas in 1491, hundreds have been lost forever.
The exact question of when all these languages came here, as far as linguistics, have just been here.
Archaeological sites in every part of the world tell the story of ancient peoples and the cultures and civilizations they created over thousands of years. Uruk is one of the first major cities in the world that featured monumental stone buildings. It was built at the center of a vast trade network in the Middle East. Centuries ago, Egypt was divided into upper and lower regions. A pharaoh named Narmer created a unified kingdom, and there are sites throughout Egypt that represent the artistic achievements from this era. Cahokia was the largest furniture in North America 1,000 years ago. It was part of an elaborate intertribal trade network that connected people as far away as the Gulf of Mexico and the Great Lakes. The archaeological record in every part of the world continues to inform us of the accomplishments and life of our ancestors.
Indigenous people settled in every region of the Western Hemisphere, from the high Arctic to the Caribbean islands to the tip of South America. In 1491, this arid prairie-like land remained ice-free, and the abundant birds and mammals provided people with food and materials for clothing and shelter. But Thuringia was a temporary landscape. Around 20,000 years ago, the world's climate began to warm, and the glaciers started melting by 50. Flags, symbols, etc. America has never been margin system. It's inventors. What it is, and the same projections are in the future. Populated. Humans for thousands of years. Previous people, in the beginning, people lived in the sky. And no creature they knew were birds. A young hunter set out one day to find a rare and beautiful bird. He found it, shot his arrow, and flew into a tree. He saw it in the sky. He saw forests and rivers. He refused. He refused. So he moved forward down the hole. Go on, David. Fixing to my show.
For that, you'll have to turn off aeroplane mode.
mm, 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 mm. Mm. Uh, mm, 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 mm.
Oh gosh. Ouch. I'm so sore enough. So, still gonna be to live Mars. Maybe that's never. Just ask your question. Yeah, I was just. smoke up, gaslighting, and flog. Sure, gaslighting. 6 hours screaming. My voice is gone. Well, I caught the away day more bloody hair, bloody hell. But that straw. Oh gosh. Oh. That toxicity outside. 10:11. My voice is good. Views on my ears. AI mind control DWAVE. Okay, so I Tanya just got woken up by the noisy, you know what. I'm just listening back to all this. Perhaps I've never bothered about repairing his back door, and that advance has turned up. The perp neighbour, well-known one. I won't say any names. You can't spell your name, can you? How are you? It's the afternoon there in Australia. Radiation on my lungs. The way lately is I need to drink radiation on my lungs. I can't remember the security company now. Don't even Harry knows where the door. It's all for show. Kind stalking. I can't remember the security. Don't even Harry knows where the door. I found the Anunnaki reptile, a good website. Been looking for this for ages. They're sucking energy out of me. Found the Anunnaki reptile, a good website. Been looking for this for ages. You might have gone. But this is a website. People might want to check about the link. This website. Check out the link here. Oh, I've got to get some 24. Can you hear that flyover? How much spent by the helicopter? No, right now. And we're not in a flight path. Can you hear that flyover? They're hacking my internet still. I can hear it. You might not hear it. So today, England did a national postal services strike by Royal Mail PLC Corporation, their agent employees, the first of those. How ironic, the world we're living in. Radiating my feet. Use tea tree oil. Literally, my lungs are done. They ramped up the 5G radiation as well. 5G technology, they start ramping up because it's affecting my, you can hear my voice most probably. But they ramped up the 5G radiation. I have to keep drinking fluids and stuff. So like yesterday. 5th generation of technology is more advanced than that. The toilet water helps counter-react out. 5th generation of technology more advanced than that. The toilet water helps you get a quick rub. Because you get cheap quick rub. jagged with the skin, and you get tortured to death with this microwave technology still away. Not just on the brain. They're hacking the internet, you can hear it. So when the conscious brain wakes up and listens back to this stream, I can pick up what they've been doing to me during my meant to be a sleep stage, the REM sleep stage of the brain interface technology. It's like a screeching sound, high pitch. And I did not consent to another this. Radiators in my yeah. Wow, interesting. Planet X comets, what is NASA hiding? 1991. I did see that. It's at the bottom of the website. Right. So, an interview with James McCartney, excuse me, by Rick Martin in 1991 was what Harrington saw was two things. He saw a hell bop, B-O-P-P. He saw something much bigger beyond hell, P-O-P-O-P-P. That's Planet X, orbit in the orbit. And it was on a collision course with Earth. He's obviously astronomer. Let me just block the thing back. Oh my goodness, did I see? I don't know. I'm just playing it back, Tanya. They packed into, you can hear my voice. It's, oh, my throat's swollen. My neck. I got into the cortex, and I think I did. Eventually. It's like every night I get woken up, and like this every morning at the moment. I have to play back and listen to my audio. Let me see if I can do that now. 10 to 12. That guy's not going to repair the back door in the van. The frequencies are very high in here. So what does the radiation as well? The left side of the body, my feet, my neck, all the body. Like I said yesterday, the ice packs, I'm not going to afford it, you know, the bigger ones. Things are outside now. I've got audio of this. Last day of August, isn't it? I have to play this back later. And just note, I don't know what time I started streaming this today, so I think it was it 2:30 in the morning I've woken up.
The likes of which neither pod.
And of course, this energy.
Okay, right, it's 5 to 12, I'll just turn off these alarms. Oh, that cleaner was only in my block. They haven't gone upstairs. They're meant to do the whole block. And they're just outside my door at 11:30. I sort my services charges of the housing company goes to the Hancock Limited national head office in Newcastle upon Tyne. Oh well, they skipped that, didn't they? They haven't done the whole bloody block of flats with a Hoover. They haven't even dusted it. They skipped it out, didn't they? Oh, they haven't come and cleaned it. And that company isn't repaired the back door. What gaslight is? Well, they haven't gone upstairs. They're trying to clean. Oh, they're all the way already. They do the DWAVE Limited. That's your first of the 2022 code value. Switch to the vehicle. He hasn't even done upstairs. The block of I am okay. And it's under this. Yeah, pay service charges for this. And the rent, with rent, they haven't even come up. That guy in the van didn't repair this back door. I know it won't. Stuart, the male is opposite me. Stuart. This guy took him on it too. Very toxic today. Let's get that castle. The place company doesn't. In our bin. He can't use his own van. You can get rid of it properly. You haven't been upstairs. Oh, wow. It all adds up, doesn't it? Okay, so this is more like part two. Really? Right, I'm typing in as that. Dynadine. They haven't gone upstairs, have they, to clean? Tick tock, time is up with a contract. Oh, they haven't gone upstairs, have they? Okay. A lot of cleaner stuff I need as well. He's going now. He hasn't done the whole block of flats around this area. My lord, he's that company. I've got the name of it. Hasn't even done the job properly. Oh, you can hear it. Stupid idiot, isn't he? You can't get the people to do the job, or the company also don't pay service charges. Well, they're making profit, aren't they? The reptilian demonic entities are. So that guy's not repaired the back door. Let's change the subject. Since May this year. May, June. May, June, July, August. 3 months. That's May, June, July, August. 4 months. So May the 31st is ironic. May the 31st, 2022, it got reported, right? Because they've been breaking in and damaging the rear security door. here in this area. I hear everything because it's partly all to my flat. And so Homecoat Limited breached its contract terms and conditions with agents by that company, that mail that came out. I knew they wouldn't repair it. So they don't care about anyone's health and safety. It's a joke, these demons, who have gaslighted me for years. And now on top you got the very company, it's a national company, Mail, who has not cleaned any of the flats. It's a job he should have done, not flats, the communal area. All he did was beeline outside my flat door, and then he went back in the van and it cleared off. I don't think you just call that coincidence. This really is like, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Well, times we're living in, I tell you. That's why you need your own security. It's just the times we're living in. You just don't know these days what's going on. Well. You get tortured in your sleep, and when you wake, you get tortured by this unlawful targeting of individuals worldwide. Interesting times we're living in. All right. This article, again, back to this. Apparently, when this Planet X comments, what is NASA hiding article, I'm just going back up the article. Oh, they're plotting again. Stuart and the demonic, you know what? So what's this? With a beneficial result to the advanced decades of new access to a bloodline that could resume star nativity where the big salaries are made, because let's go back up. What is this article first? For the individual may come across this, may not know what this is. The ancient Hebrews. Most modern Jews subject. Let's go back up. Just scan through, not going to read it all. The Holy Roman Empire Khazars mentioned. There must be a book to this. The majority of European American Jews can trace their genetic lineage to the Khazars mentioned in the chapter, who all converted to Judaism in the 8800. Is it the year 8000? To circumvent the Catholic rule of the Holy Roman Empire. In the year 2000, University of Pavia in Italy is a genetic study of European men. They found that 80% of them had a direct lineage to Central Asia. Wow. And 20% the Middle East. This supports the statement that the Sumerians entered into Central Asia and then migrated to Europe and the Middle East. This also nullifies the theory of Africa as a birthplace of mankind. I didn't know that either. This is absolutely no genetic connection from Asia or Europe or to Africa. The ancient Hebrews had nothing to do with modern Jews. As mentioned in the previous chapter, the Hebrews were Sirnia, I have to spell it S-I-R-I-N, created in Egypt by the combining Saran and Lean, I have to spell this as well, Lyraven genetics. These people were tall and powerful, wow, and spoke the Saran, I think it's pronounced as, language, which is equivalent to ancient Hebrew language. Scholars agree Hebrew language suddenly appeared on the scene. The ancient peoples of Palestine spoke Amharic, which was a parent language of Arabic. Wow, didn't know that either. The Farsas, F-A-R-S-I, and several other Middle Eastern dialects, originally Hebrew, was a language used exclusively by the priesthood in Egypt's secret society. Interesting. Well, eventually ancient Hebrew began to mix with the Aramaic along with other languages. Hebrews were actually paid workers in Egypt. They went to Canaan, I have to pronounce that word as well, C-A-N-A-A-N, to, I can't even pronounce these words, A-S-S-I-M-I-L-A-T-E, to the native cultures. Excuse me. I love history. Interesting. Which were the cultures for the Egyptian Empire. Oh, right. They mixed with the local tribes of the Somalian hybrid descendants. Really? Oh my gosh. Disclaimer here. This is adult content. Obviously, I have made that obvious, I think. I believe. The ancient descendants practicing blood rituals and human sacrifice. That's not good. All of this was incorporated into, I have to pronounce the word again, C-O-N-G-R-O-M-E-R-A-T-E, religion. It's based on an ancient Egyptian and Atlantean Saran beliefs, and that is how Judaism was born. Really? Wow. The story of the equinox, EXODUS, of the Jews from Egypt is a poor retelling of the destruction of the island of, I have to spell it again, Santorni, in the eastern Mediterranean Sea by volcanic eruption. The lava dispersed into the sea, causing it to turn blood red. Volcanic ash and rock that spilled forth created the legend of the plagues on Egypt. Many citizens then fled the area. The Red Sea parted when the ground under the water rose up, exposing the land that could then be crossed. Several hours later, it sank back down, drowning whatever was still trying to cross. Oh yeah, I can believe that with the effects of the crust and the effects of pole shift in modern times theories, maybe. The 10 Commandments of the Bible codes were transmitted to the people of the Exodus, EXODUS, states that the people spontaneously started speaking the instructions. This is a demonstration of mind-to-mind communication in this case. Programming was electromagnetically activated. How could that be? All those years ago, revealing DNA instructions that were then written down. These instructions were designed to keep the experiment project in line. I'd like to know what background to this information is. The Middle East became a focal point for the Sanaans and the reptilian, really? Allies? Wow, that's interesting. Together they generated a new version of religion and culture for ease of global control and domination. I've got to go back and see when this article was. What better way to do that than by programming a race of non-magic people, MOMADIC, people that would carry the religion and culture everywhere on Earth. Wow. Whenever the conditions of the experiment became unmanageable, the particular overseer group made connections. For example, most people are familiar with the story of the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, where a group of humans in a mankind experiment went awry. Their sexual habits were not conducive to progression, which they were predominantly, a certain word I won't mention here because I'll get flagged up, of a certain inclined, of a certain personal nature. That's all I'm going to say. A virus was introduced to the population to destroy it, allegedly, I'm going to say. I don't have personal knowledge, I'm just reading an article. However, it started to spread outside the immediate region. This distributed the controllers, so they sent 2 agents to investigate and determined who anyone was salvable, can't pronounce any words today. The local inhabitants called them angels because of their blonde hair and blue eyes and perfect bodies. Lot and his wife took the agents into the home to protect them, since all the men in town wanted to have intimacy with them being females. Soon after, Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. To this day, radiation can be detected at the site. The melted rock is seen in the canyon walls. Sodom and Gomorrah were illuminated with a nuclear weapon. How can that be? In the early 1960s, Israel scientists digging the site of Sodom found remains of bone and body tissue encased in rock. American scientists were called because they had better equipment. What they found in the preserved body tissue was a sample of the virus. The Americans reconstituted it with a circular, I can't pronounce these bloody big words today, NUCLEI. Quietly, it was tested on a terminally ill individual in St. Louis Hospital, America, 1967. The man died a horrible death. The virus was called a certain word I can't pronounce here because I just flagged the video again. Because it removed whatever immune system the man had left, apparently. These studies in the article says the American research determined that this was thousands of years old virus and the certain words I can't mention here. Excuse me. The ancient Hebrew religion was that I can't mention long big words again. A certain Sumerian reptilian belief system, ancient Egypt, a Atlantean belief system, and the reptilian tribal substructures found in the land of Kaini that were incorporated into the acceptable dogma. It included blood. Oh my god! I really do need to find the original article to this. Well, a date at least. What are they doing? Excuse me. Oh, this bed, Tanya, it cannot be moved away from this precision because of the equipment I use. Hold on, I need a drink. Well, they didn't clean the, they're meant to clean, it's meant to be more than 5 minutes cleaning the communal areas in Brocker Flats, and I hear everything. I'm in bed resting at the moment, so, and that guy, it's only one of them, if it's two of them, they might have done a better job, who knows, but they never do. They don't get disinfectant out, they don't, what they're meant to do in the contract is shampoo, deep clean the carpets as well, and they never do that, especially in this block, right? Never have. I've mentioned it before, months and 2 years back. I said the service charges need to be reduced when we're not getting a quality of services. That's the terms and conditions of the contract, surely. Didn't get any response about that. So today they turned up and didn't do the bloody job, like they don't do the gardening. So by the Perks flat at number 7, in that section at the front, they've never touched that part of the grass area, and I've always wondered, is it because of the extra kind of equipment they might have in that flat? Yeah, they cut right outside my bloody window, the front and back of these flats, and some others, but they don't touch number 7 outside his window. They don't bother making an effort to go around the block 1 to 6 to get in that section and garden it. They don't bother to make an effort to clear out all the overgrown, beautiful, there used to be beautiful trees, used for beautiful plants, and they all died off. So this is, when you notice these over a period of years, when they brought in the 5G and it went live in 2020, well, this is when they start blocking me the services for my medical equipment. For 2 years, I've been chasing it up. OT equipment services, Tanya, for 2 years. And the last was May this year, chasing it up, the head office in the UK. contract, and then because of that, you know, oh. So when they started messing about with this communal back door here, the company has a contract for security doors, and one of the emails I had back in May said, "Oh, we will be looking to get a new security door fitted," but they didn't give a date by. Well, we're now at the end of August. That was May, and it's still out my door, my flat door, since they set me up to get robbed. The 1st of January 2022. It's now 8 months, and what's the point? The world is upside down anyway, isn't it, Tanya? So anyway. Okay, so I just filled you in on that one, don't it? Right, I'm going into securities again. Now this is a map on the right hand side of the coast of Africa, Portugal. Anybody heard of the Hebrew codes and new code laws in the Ark of the Covenant? Ark of ANTS. The only priests could touch. Wouldn't the university, man? The Anunnaki likely developed slave races for specific purposes, creating them out of lower animal forms. That's disgusting. In case of the Earth creation, they use Simon S-I-M-I-A-N-S to create a slave race to work the mines in what is known as Africa. Is that the gold mines? The race was genetically designed to work and live in hot, humid conditions with a limited lifespan. Diseases was programmed into them to prevent development of culture and cause them to become dependent on their creators or systems. This is why in their genetic memory all the races this is why in the genetic memory all the races, the blacks are slaves. Why would that be? The American and European Illuminati decided to use the something virus as a something to remove the black race on Earth. The Illuminati concluded that if a certain coloured of individuals were no longer here, the monarchy would find the condition of their slaves. Every time they hack my bloody computer, I can't read this. The monarchy would find the condition of slaves unacceptable, right? I'm reading off an article. Would I keep bloody hacking my computer, so bear with me, the demons go away. Monarchy would find the condition of slaves unacceptable and not interfere with Illuminati plans. Green monkeys of East Africa were apparently infected with certain something, along with the certain blood supply of a certain area in a certain country of a certain sexual orientation, which I won't mention here. Right, it mentions about WHO company who also used to directly do something of a certain nature I can't mention here. Right, 1971 flowchart makes it there's a certain things I can't mention it from the article. However, monkey wrench turned up in the certain things I cannot mention here. I'm just looking at the article. Right, 1999, newspaper reported US astronomers said that a huge planet had been detected beyond Pluto with an orbit opposite to all other planets in the solar system. It said, "Are you going to stop hacking me?" So it said that it would take it near to the Earth in 2003. Not another word was printed about that. So this is why I wanted to get some background about it. There's an article. Quotes from Planet X Comets, What NASA's Hiding. I don't know if there's a page for it. There you go. Through a series of events and interventions that was apparently meant to be on the 16th of the 3rd, 2003, I had the great opportunity to finally speak with A.M. McCarty directly. I believe you find the conversation fascinating. This guy, Martin, Before we get started, let me just ask you what your thoughts are about research. Are you into the tune, what's being said? So let's have a look. There was, I don't think that internet site is still open. Let's have a quick look through. Somebody was a researcher back in the 90s. He was getting about 3 million hits a month on his website. There was, after doing the Ark Bell show a few times, whatever that is. Trying to cut through a lot of this stuff, find out what this is about. Somebody was in Houston, which is one of NASA's big hubs. Used to be a lot of. Let's have a look. Oh, so there must have been astronomer scientists or something discovered tornadoes on the moon. Just all kinds of stuff he talked about in the vacuum domain, measuring in the atmosphere and other things in the cosmos, and they didn't have to explain it. Just scrolling down. Right, something to do. So this guy's been interviewed by somebody else, and they're making quotes. Can you talk about these tests? Are they all Plan X related? Do you think, or what is your conjecture behind what's happening? It's the control of space. Let's put it that way. Harrington thing was real unusual, especially for its time. It was way ahead of the time, and the shoemaker thing was so abnormal for a young guy like that, young scientist. He was middle-aged, so it was about the time when the comet, and it says which one, had crashed into Jupiter. I didn't even know that. 1994. The members of the scientific community was that there aren't ice balls. Everybody in the scientific community knew. I forget what year that was, but it was very clearly that the comets are not dirty snowballs, but NASA holds onto that theory. I just saw posting the other day about a comet neat that came by and still hanging into the dirty snowball thing. Okay, let's have a look. Get to the nuts and bolts of this story. So they're talking about spiting comets. Science. Claiming all that time ago NASA was hiding data of some sort. Heaven's Gate. Just looking for key information to back up. I mentioned the website. Let me just see that website is working. No, didn't think it would be all this time. Let's go back on this one. Well, let's go down to the bottom of this. I don't know if this relates to original astronomer who found Planet X in Hebrew or what. So I'm just trying to have a quick nose. The NASA's controlled on a worldwide level as part of overseeing government is already in place. They talk about one more government now. One more government is already in place. They just want to make it official now. And that's what all this stuff's going on about. But the one world government has been in place for some time. There are duets behind this. And then it goes about the Vatican, the big state and the one world government. Okay. Then, but not the whole show. It's like back in the Middle Ages, where the king's descendants of whole encouraged people. It actually goes back much farther, and what many people believe it actually goes back to the priest cults in Egypt. Oh. But very much a worldwide situation where you literally have thousands and hundreds and thousands of families who are associated with this, and they are very wealthy. They have control in their countries, and they're in every country of the world. The countries control the politics and money and banking. Yeah, we know. People are waking to that now, aren't they? But NASA, these are the people who have been drawn in. Many times at a very young age, like the young Bush operators and things. Okay, I know. EducateYourself.org, you can go and find out the Clinton and the Bush families if you want. There's a lot of infighting amongst the groups. But the NASA is just like CIA, is not a national thing. They're really controlled from outside, and the groups that came out of Nazi Germany. Yeah, you can research that if you want on the EducateYourself.org website. So, what is the fear of NASA concerning Planet X? Is it related to Sumerian anarchy, a monarchy, or is there something else? And this guy says, I wouldn't say that, but the knowledge that there is a big thing that's going to come in on a regular basis is old. I mean, the first thing when Haley Pop, POPP, showed up, the Vatican built a world-class observatory in Arizona and staffed it with astronomers. Why? Then they had a second one, but it is interesting. Even after Hale Poop, one name left, they thought that Poop was the big one. I don't know why they chose that name. Now, let's backtrack to the 1991. It was officially discovered in 1995 by Alan Hale, New Mexico, and then POPP was the Japanese guy. They both hit on the same night. So they both got credit for the name of the comet. Prior to that, it was very clear to me. If you're looking at my Harrington notes, one of these things that Harrington was looking at was that comet named HALE-POPP. Now, the nucleus of that was extremely large. The reason NASA pulled the feed down immediately once they realised that some lacquery had struck it up on the internet. Because any astronomer, any individual like myself would know what that was. With that small amount of data, you could determine the mass of the central nucleus. It's a little something you could use. They use it all the time to determine the mass of central stars when they see a bubble in the star. Interesting. Then they can determine the radius of the thing orbiting it. You need the period and the radius of whatever is orbiting the larger object, and which two parameters you can calculate the mass of the object, just like elevation in celestial mechanics. So that small piece of evidence on the web, anyone could calculate the mass of that comet, showing that it's planetary in size coming in. Now, the other factor in 1991 was that Harrington saw two things. He saw one of the comets and he saw something much bigger beyond that Hale comet, and that's Planet X. Now, that's my understanding at this point, the author says in this article. In 1991, the comet was on a near direct collision course with Earth. With a couple of quick photographs, they could chart the orbit, and it was on the collision course for Earth. The author goes on. No wonder there was such a scramble. Yeah, McCarthy says, it was a huge scramble where it was first discovered. I called up Goodard because I can say this now. I knew the secretary there. If you ever want to know anything, you ask the secretary. She knew all the astronomers. Never let on that she was my inside contact there. She heard all the conversations and she would tell me what was going on. I called her and said, what's going on? I heard that this is a comet. You could hear the screaming in the background and stuff. She said, oh my God, this comet is huge. I thought she meant in the sense of like being a news story. No, it was huge in the sense that planetary object size. They have been tracking it. You see? This is where the division comes in, because it wasn't until that, and even a lot of the scientists at Goodard found out about it, that they had been tracking this since 1991. Now, probably earlier, but Harrington discovered it, and you could see it in that memo. Wow. And come back, but they found out that he was going to go public, and there was a large object coming in, and it was direct collision with Earth, so that's why they killed him. Allegedly, I'm going to put here for my protection on the internet. Martin says, I still want to talk about these people who have been murdered, but I don't want to let NASA off the hook just yet. We will be talking about the names of people behind NASA and who are the villains. I won't cover this, I just want to have a quick nose what this is about. Right, something. At this point, I would call them family. They were people going to public schools, people whose money is not taxed, is not even registered. When the stock market crashes, it's these people who are withdrawing their money on purpose. It's nothing changed, is it? Same what's happening now. They create the money in the first place, a monetary fund. You might want to research that subject. People might watch this video. and all the people that work in there are related to the descendants down the line. Basically, when all the countries and for centuries, really. A long time ago, what happened is they moved out. Let's go back before the devastation. It was about 3600 years ago, so 3,600 years ago. It was one of the companions of Nebro that did the damage to Earth. No way. Wow. 3,600 years ago. I mean, like, start of that period of centuries years ago, I should say. It was one of that because Venus, it goes into something else. Very right that Venus was a huge comet that worked its way through the solar system. It took about 600 a year period from time it was captured by Jupiter to the time it encountered Earth, then worked its way to become the planet that we know today. So originally what happened, that the Hale comet was here about 4,200 years ago. Wow. Venus was captured by Jupiter about 4,200 years ago, and they were literally smaller companions than Nebro. So it was clear to the something Bible, it says. Let me see if I can find that right now. The KOLDITRIN Bible is the Old Testament. It has been kept by the Canadians in the northern Scotland, and they moved there from Rome when Christ was around. Jesus Christ, that is. Joseph of ARAMATHEIA, who was Christ's stepfather, kept the Coleman Bible and handed it down, and just in a very small placement and a group of people who kept it. Here it is, found it. I'm going to read a couple of passages. It's one of the versions of the Old Testament, and it's from the DLUGE chapter 4 on the book of Gleanings. Chapter 4 is titled DELUGE. So this is where it gets into the flood, paragraph 24. They're riding on the black rolling cloud came the destroyer, that is Nebro, newly released from the confines of the sky. She reached about the heavens, for it was her day of judgment. Now, this is the line I wanted you to notice here. The beast with her opened its mouth, belched forth fire, hot stones, and vile smoke. It covered the whole sky above, and the meeting place of earth and heaven could no longer be seen. In the evening, the places of the stars were changed. They rolled across the skies to new stations. Then the floodwaters came. That's why they didn't want anybody to know about the companion, because they knew it was on the collision course of Earth. They knew it was a companion to the bigger one that caused the problem. But they didn't realise that the comet Hale poop was literally, they knew it was literally one of the companions itself. Now, when the destroyer, the big guy, comes in, Nebro, it has an entire entourage of these things. So this author says, Martin, I guess Comet Meat would be one of those. The interviewer says, and that's the thing, when we get bombarded barrage a few weeks ago by these comets that they never announced comet need C-2002 V1. Nearly all this stuff is coming from the southern atmosphere. Then, of course, Harrington knew very well where that was for the reasons that I give. They're putting down on the planets, quotes, Uranus and Neptune. It's increasingly tonight that when the story of Harrington came out, the government tried to make a statement through some of its astronomers that are on the radio, and the disinformation guys came up with a story. Oh well, we have corrected the masses of these planets due to new information, so that has been taken care of that problem. Well, no, that doesn't correct anything. When you see these planets being pulled down, that would only correct things in the plane of planets. The object was big enough back in 1991. It was pulling Uranus and Neptune down out of orbit, and that's how big this is. So you can see the concern for the companion, because they all know, the Vatican knows, that it was the companion that did the damage the first time. The only problem is the companion became planet Venus. What they don't understand is that the very difficult thing to produce the orbits for these, and NASA's learning the hard way. They couldn't keep track of the comet Hale-Bopp. It changed on a daily basis. That was one thing we did in the Millennium Group, was track the daily changes of its orbit on the government's pages or something. Was Comet Neat a surprise? Did that come out of nowhere, or did they expect it? No. Comet Neat is another very large nucleus planetary size, probably the size of the Moon at least, probably larger. NASA knew it was coming. They probably saw it coming years ago. As part of this entourage of things, they are coming in, and I think as things are coming in, part of the Planet X entourage, they didn't want anyone to know about it. For the same reasons they knew it was going to come in right above the sun, and it was big. They probably never expected it because as bright as it did, but it was literally visible in the daytime sky, nighttime in the sun as it passed over about 12-hour period when it was coming in. Martin says the media blackout on that was deafening. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I have the Soho updates on my computer saver screen, so daily I get the update image of the sun. I happened to be looking at the computer when it started to come in, so it was happening. Bloody hell. This just goes back to 1991 and 1996. The other thing was to say that this 6-year period, it actually is. I'm just skipping through a lot of this. The flare that comes off the sun that you see in many of the photos that come hit the backside of the comet tail. Huge flare. Space is a very big place. 5 million mile flare. Now, if that was to come at Earth, it would have knocked us to the knees. Look. See if there's any other pages linked to this. Scientist reference. Yeah, I'm getting loads of pop-ups. Anyway. Stop doing it. On the clock.
Oh, that packet all the way already. ADVERDRE Limited. Yes, I think it was really cheap. Move that upstairs.
Okay. So for now, I found that interesting, whether or not there's anything to it. So fascinating. I got to end the stream. I've got to take a break out of this internet. Whether or not there's history of anarchy, comets, Planet X, it's up to the individual to research. I'm not going to go.
Good morning, Paul. What you probably can see that just like that.
No, I'm going to end the stream.